welcome to another drawing session. I'm gonna change the music because this is super scary. I'm scared. It's too spookifying. Okay. Is this what we listened to last time? I can't remember. Well, I'll listen to it for a little while and then we'll switch to, No, you know what? I did listen to this. Okay. Alright. Sorry, I just want to check one thing out. I got an update for my, what the... Okay. What is... There's words. What's going on? I don't want this one. Only my words. It's only me. Why is it... Hold on. Oh, you know what? You know why? There. Okay. Better. Now I can hear it, but it's not too loud for me. I don't know what that is. Mini feed. Okay. Huh, I'll have to do something with that. Anyway. And whoops, wrong window. Oh bother. Oops. Don't restore. Okay. There we go. Okay. Alright. Hang on. I'm going to do one thing really quick. Smogist. See if it's on here. Oh, it is. I should have been posting it. Oh well. Where's the list? Sorry. I think I might have found another list. So I just want to see if I can get to it instead of... Here's one. Okay. Okay. Okay, well, I'm gonna keep that open, but I'm not gonna... Well, I can't, darn. I'll check it out later. Ooh, but it's a thing now. What's... Okay. I'm excited. What is this? This is a fun little box tool thing. What's it for? I should have watched the video. Wait, this is just my... Oh, okay. That's kind of cool, but I can already do part of that anyway. I can do both of those, so who cares? Because I just click on this. Oh, wait, no, I can only do one of those. I can't... My mistake. I can change the brush size with my scrolling. Yeah. But hey, that's still cool having one thing that's new that I can use. That's cool. I like this brush. Are these the new brushes or are these just the... What did I do? Fine, whatever. Hello! Thanks for dropping by. I'm going to do some quick drawings first, and then I'm going to do other stuff. Probably work on the comic later, but for now, it's just going to be some quick warm-ups. And since we're doing... I'm going to do another one with some animal references to get warmed up for this, but I'm going to use that tool again. Where is it? It's practice tool. Line of action. Drawing animals, not horses. Well, maybe horse. You know what? I'm going to do it. So, oops. No, canine, feline, birds for sure. Equines, sure. Reptiles, of course. Let's just do all. You know what? Only live animals, of course. Get drawing. And of course, in like comedic timing, it does horse first. It do horse. Sean don't like horse. It's hard to draw. Yeah, whatever. I'll figure it out. I know some dragons actually have this same middle torso, so it'd be good to practice. What's this one? What's this brush look like? The same? I guess not. It looks pretty cool. Oh, I've used one of these before. Or maybe I just downloaded this twice. Eh, whatever. It's still a good brush. It's... Nope. Nope. Nope, I don't like this for this. First, I'm going to use the small brush, but I'll be right back. I need to get some water. Some water. Yeah. Stay hydrated. Okie doke. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Let's try and get some other brushes. What's this brush do? Nothing. Well. I'm not going to delete all of this. I'm going to just delete this. Although I'm taking a long time here, so I better hurry it up. Okay. go, let's go, let's go. Do, 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 do. Horses, 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 horses. Key. Okay, so according to, oh, if this is done right, it's not. This actually is over here because it needs to be a little longer. So this is what I get, where I get a little spun in circles, is like this foreshortening on limbs where the knee is way up here. Okay. Well, never mind. Okay, onto the poppers. Bit easier because their middle section's like a bean. Especially this greyhound. Or like greyhound mix, I'm not sure. And it just looks like a kind of like. I mean, for a dog sleeping on a pillow, it sure looks kind of unhappy. Just like maybe they just woke it up for the picture. It's like, leave me alone. No walk. You're not going to give me a walk, then I don't want to talk to you. Key. Excited to see what some of the new features are in this new update, because the only one I can see right away is this feature where I can control the opacity of my brushes, which is cool. Because then I can do under drawings right away and then draw right on top of them. But I already kind of do. I mean, I guess it's kind of a faster way because then I don't have to make 2 layers. But I kind of like doing that, so I don't know. It's okay. It's not. It looks like there's other things too, like that. If I want to learn animation, there's some really cool add-ons for that I'll have to check out later. Okay. Peppers. Oops. Yeah, whatever. Changing it. This one's got a longer tail. Gonna fix the orientation. Bing, there we go. That's how it's lying. It's like it's just like I'm not moving. Too bad. My bed now. You lose it forever. Oh well. Is this no, it's just a good ink brush, which is fine. It's got some texture to it. I think I'm gonna try a different one. Interesting. Oh, that's one of the reasons why it was. Actually, the slider really makes it easier, because this way, because although I mean a little bit easier. Because sometimes this jumps in between two sizes and they're very different. Okay, we're on to the next one. So I'm just going to quickly finish up this puppers and fare thee well, pupper. You were fun to draw. I'm sure I'll be drawing more of you. Oh, I did. Little guinea pig. Hooray. I'll just draw them on the same page. It's easier. Little guinea pig, little guinea pig. Just a floof ball with little legs poking out. And teeny ears. Big adorable eyes. I mean, not as cute as a dog's, but pretty close. Now I can just work on the texture of the fur. I can use this as a study for drawing fur, I guess, because they're so easy to draw. Like it's really just a shape. It's like I'm a little friend made in the shape of a floof ball, like those little soot spirits from Spirited Away. You're like. This does not feel very epic, but it feels appropriate for this, what I'm drawing, so I'll keep it on. It's okay. Not every song has to be a blaring, loud epic ballad. And it's been caffeinated, so I won't fall asleep to it. Okay, guys, we can move to the next one. I'm tired of this already. A cat! Oops. Nope. Nope. Just really studying how their feet work. So that could make a pretty cool other like fantasy creature if I can get their figure out how to draw their legs correctly. There's so many like feline based fantasy creatures like the Sphinx and and many others that I just can't, my brain just won't think of at the moment. Chimeras. I mean the traditional like Greek one. Kind of like that. See, but that leg's wrong because that's the only part I got wrong is that this leg goes diagonally back, then goes down. And up here is where it kind of... Kitty cat. Dun, 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 Mr. Whiskers on a quest. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, because I was just drawing the eyeball. Because if you draw a fun little thing, that way I can draw it from any perspective. If you draw the circle for the eye, because it's a sphere, I was just doing that so that I could draw the shape of the cat's eye, which from this perspective is like this. So that way you get like... They have... Yeah, it looks weird blown up like that, and that looks more human almost because that's what I'm used to drawing, but... And because the pupil's not... It's different with them, obviously. Most of it would be more like probably like that. Where all this is dark. Like, yeah, more like, I don't know, like something like that, but... Next drawing! Well, actually, I can do some pattern. I'll do some fur work now that I got this done. No, that's too loose. Cat fur is more like... How do I draw this? I should make my own brushes. Especially with my comic having so many different creatures in it, it would speed up. I think one thing I'm going to look into is making a brush for drawing crystals, because they take... Because my My guy over here has crystals on his shoulder, and it would be nice to have something that makes like a, I don't, maybe it just builds shapes on top of each other, kind of, so you can get kind of like this feeling of like these like buildups of, yeah. So I'll look into it. Ooh, it's an otter. That's cool. Let's do another layer. Layer 2. Where am I? Oh, there's my layers. Whoops. Did I just... Nope. Not doing that. I almost flattened the whole image. That would have been not so smart. Actually, this is another probably good one for... this could be like a water dragon kind of thing. A fun little version of that. Because people use lizards a lot, but there's so many mammals that would might be better for dragons, just because like dragons are supposed to be all over the place, and lizards can only be in certain places because of being cold-blooded. So, and dragons can live in like mountaintops and in caves where it's very cold, or underwater where it's very cold. So I don't want. No, I'm not. Next song, please. There we go. No. Okay. As long as it's giving me, I don't mind if there's upbeat. I just want it to be quiet. I just want only music. I don't want singing, please. If I remember correctly, otters are one that you don't want to mess with. They can be pretty territorial too. Like they protect their young in their nests pretty ferociously because so many predators are mean to them or see them as something to hunt. So they're tough. They gotta look tough. You have these web feet. Kind of want to. Maybe I'll do that after. Maybe after I do one more, I'll come back to this one and do a platypus next to this one, because that would be kind of fun to have those two near each other. But the otter's like, what am I looking at? Oops, I'm just making him rounder. But it's got I got it mixed up because that's. Oh no, I don't. I just don't have. There we go. I just didn't have where his stomach ended, and he has room for the other leg. So this one had more detail, so I didn't get to do as much playing around with its texture and everything. I like this brush for this. It's actually kind of cool for fur. Okay. Ooh, cheetah. Nature's anxiety attack. One of the few animals other than humans that really benefits from being around dogs. They're so wound up, it's like they just need a buddy. Dogs are... I guess some dogs can be trained to be pretty much anyone's best friend, apparently. Some are... We're trained and created so long ago to hunt that it's hard to take that out of them. But it's possible. I guess even in that case, it's could be possible. It's just not easy. Hello, thanks for dropping by. I'm just drawing some animals for a little bit, and I'm about to finish up. I said I don't want guys, I just want to listen to some music. Let's go back to the fantasy, because I think the fantasy had less singing. Not that I don't like this, it's just that for days like today, I just want to have like some fun background noise that's just that doesn't compete with me. The only voice on here is mine, I decree. I like this one. I just saw some really uplifting news, which is that our project, which I can't divulge much here, but there, well, as soon as I get some information, I'll definitely put it on here. Has really inspired other artists who feel like they just want new media and they don't want to deal with Hollywood and they want to make their own. They want their voices heard, and it's just so. I really hope that we're at this between all these things like Digital Circus and well, I mean, kinda. Well, I mean, Has Been Hotel was a success. Just because they got a backing of a streaming service does not mean that they're a sellout. It means that they saw how. It means they're a success. So, I just only hope that their next season they're allowed to slow down the pace of their story so they can tell more character stories, which is what I care about. I don't need a shonen with... Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, between that and like Laxadaisy's short, which I hope that becomes a show because, Prohibition era America with like anthropomorphic cats and like that art style, like definitely need to check out that if you haven't seen the webcomic, I definitely recommend that. But I'm just so excited to see this like boom in animation, and I'm so glad that I was given an opportunity to be part of a really fun project. Really just brightens my day to just like talk to these people and hear their passion for art, and just because it can be rough sometimes, but it's so nice having people that just like each other's art and are just really positive. Another kitty! I like this angle where he's just like, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna touch it. You don't want me to touch it? I'm gonna touch it. And it's a black cat, which are my favorite. And I did it wrong. Whoops. That's okay. I mean, it's probably going to mess up the drawing a little bit, but... looks more like he's lying down, so I'm going to... The paw's supposed to be here, actually. Yeah, let's change it. I thought it already changed, but it was just... But the same can be true for comics too. Like I know it's a big field out there, but it feels like even though it's big, it's a great time to get into it. Like I'm just I'd say maybe take it. I thought I was making a small comic, but even mine's kind of big. So maybe even make a smaller comic first, like a short story. And then do your story that you feel is bigger. Oops, the nose is actually lower. That's why it looked weird. More ovoid for the face. There we go. And the hair's kind of going off in these directions. Practicing some cool, like, trying to figure out some good shading right now. This brush seems really good at it, so I'm gonna... And then if it's too bright, I just do this. And then I can make it a little bit lighter. It's probably hard to see there, but if I go even lighter than that, then you start to see it more. See how it's like I turned it to like a gray, but I haven't changed the color at all. So cute. Oops, that's not good. A bunny! Last one, I swear. And we're on the drawing dragons. But first, Mr. Bunny. Who is adorable. Curse your cuteness, Mr. Bunny. What are... This is a dumb question, so I'm just going to look it up. What? Oh, it's kittens for them to... I forgot. That's right. I forgot that baby bunnies are kittens as well. That's so weird. But, whatever. Hello! Just doing some warm-ups with some animals, so... To get... because I'm going to be doing some dragon drawings today, and then I'll work on my comic after that, but I thought I'd start with some cute animals. Too cute, if you ask me. Oh, my heart hurts. Oh, it hurts. Ah, thank you. I guess there's a new update to Clip Studio, and I didn't get to read it. I made I didn't realize how big of an update it would be, so I turned it on when I started my stream, and then I tried to read some of it, but I couldn't read it all because I didn't want to just keep the stream open to me reading. But I'll have to check it out later. I'm very curious to see all the add-ons they put in it. There's like a new animation feature, and there's like some... I mean, this is... Oh, you can't see it because it's hidden. But there's a slider now for the brush size and the opacity of the brush, which is... That's the cool part, because I already have a wheel that can change the size of my brush on a Huion key dial pad that I have, but to have the opacity just at the tip of my fingers is such a nice feature. It means I can just like draw on the same layer and not have to like go to another layer to draw on top of what I'm working on. I mean, usually I do that anyway, but now I don't have to make two layers. One where I do the cleanups. I can just clean up on top of my more transparent artwork, and then then go above that and clean up that line work again. Let's see, that's good. Okay, I'm going to look up, where's the, oh, I know what I was going to do. Let's look up some prompts. I think today is, oh, right, that was where I was looking it up. There's one for ocean today, I think. Is there any other lists? Smoggest Day 15. That's from 2023. What? Oh well. And I can do a lot of different ones. This is one I did not see, so I'm gonna make a... I've done these before where I take my PureRef app and I just drag all these lists into it, and then I just use them for... It's gonna do this again to me, isn't it? No, why? hate it when it is. Why is it top? Guys. Ugh. Oh well. Never mind. I was gonna do that, but then PureRef decided that it wanted to be mean. Let's see. Maybe I can just do this. Whee! Yay, I can. Okay, good. Kinda. Except now I can't control the size. Oh, nope. I can't control the size of the window, which is fun. Guys, that is not what I want, and you know it. Here we go again. I don't know why this app does this. Sometimes it just like locks into like... I think PureRef doesn't like the latest, or the current version of Windows I have, because now it won't let me control the window size. Sometimes it locks in place and doesn't move, and it won't even move around now, so it's useless. Anyway, I'm thinking one of them's ocean. I'm just gonna do this. I'm gonna take... You lose, computer. I'm gonna use my phone to take pictures, and then I'm just gonna make JPEGs and send them to myself. So there. Ha ha ha. Do do do. Smuggest. Man, there's so many. It looks like there's is this that guy? Wait, Jimmy. Is this? No, this is... Sorry. Wow. Okay. Well, definitely gonna follow this person because they're awesome. I thought this person worked for on Kung Fu Panda. Almost said something very different. Jamie Whitbreed. Yeah. Does children book illustrator, really gorgeous, like watercolor drawings. Oof. Like, I thought these were... They might... I don't know. Anyway. Sorry. Just gushing over someone else. I should be working on my stuff. But here we go. I'm gonna look up a list of some more. Because there's a few different lists out for this week. Or... Ooh, Bloodthirsty. That'll be fun, but let's do the Ocean Dragon first. And Mystery Redraw doesn't work because I didn't draw. Isn't today... Oh, yesterday was Fruit. Okay, today's Lord for that list. Which I could draw? I could do a fan art of Bahamut. That would be fun. Wasn't there one that was... Unfathomable... Free Day. Oh, let's do... I'm going to start with that. Because I said I would. I'm going to start with my... Whoops. I'm going to start with a redraw. So, let's start a new drawing. Import. It's about time I redo this drawing. This is such an old drawing. If I can find it. It'll take only a second, I think. Oh, wait, yep, here he is. Which version of him should I show? This is a good one. This is old. Clifford, the giant Kaiju dragon. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make a new version of him because this is so old. I'm thinking. because my art style has definitely improved since then. Like, I'm much more controlled with my line work. I'm not as painterly as I used to be. Thank you. Yeah. No, I still love the drawing. That's why I want to redraw it, because he's such a cool character. I did him like, he looks like, purposely made him look like a Chinese dragon kind of a little bit too. Or like, yeah, like one of those parade, like, Chinese dragons. Sorry, I was just thinking of how big he is, and I'm like, how can I get it so that the owner someone could give him scratchies? And I'm like, what if it's the ship from Outlaw Star? It's just like it's just a spaceship with arms that's giving him scratchies. There we go. I love it. It's a giant cruiser that's just like, because he's this celestial beast. But he needs his... No, for Clifford it's a he. I forgot who Clifford's original owner was. Yes! Thank you. You just answered my question. I was just asking that in my head. And then Emily, yes, she's in the ship. Kind of weird that he has 4 ears, but I mean, he's a celestial creature, so I guess not too weird. I need to look up. My sister sent me some really good pictures of her dogs. I'll need to look up those. Let's see, because she always sends me great pictures of them. Let's see. Here we go. Where are her puppers chilling out? Oh no, never mind. I know what those are. They're not on the phone. They're on, of course, Facebook. So I'm gonna go check them out really quick. Do 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 do. Let's see. Do. What? Okay. Oh, nice. That's their new. She just got a rescue, and got to see a picture of him. Very cute. No. She has a picture of a black cat on her page. That's my kryptonite. I'll just use Pinterest because I can't find it. It's a shame. I could have sworn I had some on my phone, but I guess not. I'm gonna double check. Sorry, one sec, because an actual photo would be. Oops, that's an empty chair. They'll definitely stand out because the majority of my phone is just my drawings. So a dog showing up is going to definitely pop out. Oop. Oh, this is a good one too, but I can reverse this one. This is he's got a good face too for this. I want to try a couple things. So, whoops, nope. I'm going to draw on top of this and draw the head going the other way, where it's more like... But that doesn't work for this. Never mind. I'll stick with what I got. Do, 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 do. Oh, that's that. Oh wait, I know what to do. I found this cool website where you can just take a skull and orient it in any direction, and you'll get the animals in that position. So if I can find, I would be so shocked if there's not. There's cow, there's horse, which I'm not drawing right now. How come there's a, I guess, okay, I guess the wolf skull is for... Guys, I want to, guys, please. I want to move. There we go. Okay. No, I want skull upside down. Search. No. That looks cool, but that's... He Angie. I don't want Angie. I want happy. So I need to change the position a little bit. Maybe... Search. What? Not any. Dog. There we go. Yay, puppies. Yeah. Okay. I'll do it this way. I'm gonna make it so its head is kind of like... Not... I was gonna have it fully on the side, but I think it might look a little better if he's more like... No. No, 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 no. I got it. I got it. I got this. I got this. I got this. Overextend it. Always a good rule of animation and a good rule of illustration is always push expression. So yeah, except I'm going to change the orientation of this because it's a good pose, but I just need to make it change how it is. There we go. like this. Nice. That's better. That's just... So the underside is actually armored, so it wouldn't have the... Instead of tuft, it would have... Maybe it just has armor over this part of it. No, not... Because that's not its chest, that's its neck muscles. Because it's that big. This is fun. I love it. I love Kaiju Clifford. It was such a fun drawing series. Cause here I'll show you. It went from it was like a Pokemon almost. Cause it started out. I wanted to do it like it was an evolving creature. So where are they? Here they are. Oops. Okay. So he started off as this little guy here. See, like, this is where you can more see how much my art's changed. Because I mean, it's still a fun art style, but I kind of was more painterly back then, and now I'm trying to push myself more into having stronger line work because I want to get better at for my comic. But I just love that face. And then this is like he's starting to get the deposits of harder like skin over his body in certain spots. And then in this one, even more starting to appear, like armor over the... And then in this is the final form where it's like Bahamut Zero. I'll leave them up here just for fun, because why not? But I hope you had a good day today, because I'm really flattered that you made that artwork. I'm glad I got to check it out. Because after the stream, I was just like, wait, why don't I just look them up? Look them up, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like, it's looked really good. Do 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 do. Whoops, where am I? You know what, I'm gonna look on Pinterest for some better, because this is great for like drawing just faces, which is cool and would be so useful actually if I am going to be with drawing dragons, because like getting the face done in specific angles for really cool epic shots is great. This is great for that, but I don't need it right now. I need some good... I could have also done... I'll do that next. Yeah, totally. Got that mischievous nature in the pose, so that's the main thing, because he's not even... he hasn't even really shown up yet, but from what I mean, in the story that I've written in the I've roughed out, he does kind of appear. So he's just kind of an obstacle and a like troublemaker more than like the main antagonist, obviously, because the main antagonist is nature itself. He's just the jerk that's in the way, kind of. Dangerous for sure. Oh, me too. Yeah, totally. Yeah, drawing can cheer me up sometimes. I think it's just the days where I don't try and pressure myself too much because when I do, I get kind of anxious and then I don't have fun, which is then it's my art suffers for that. Because I'll make the mistake of like sitting down and I'm like I have to get this many pages of my comic lined out, and then I'll listen to some music and I'll get distracted and I'll start overthinking everything. So yeah, it's easy to just. But I'm glad it's getting better for you now. Let's see. Yeah, of course. What's this? German Shepherd, right? No. Why did I think that? There we go. That's there. I was looking up a good dog reference and I forgot that Clifford's kind of closer to an Irish setter. And I wanted to get those really furry floppy ears. That might be a fun dog to have. Although I think they they probably shed a lot, but I wouldn't care. Having Irish setter in a mix would be fun. But at this point, being able to afford any dog would be nice. So eventually that would be a fun goal to work towards. Its tongue is sticking out in 0G. It's like, ah. Happy puppy. Kind of. Good. Yeah. Because sometimes it's important just to have those sessions where you just kind of like just groove out, and I've come up with some pretty good ideas in those. Like, and I'm not even trying to work on my comic or anything. I'll just like start just drawing things and like. I think that's where my drawing sessions for I kind of like how I started those drawing sessions where I just do random character generators, and those turned into something I really like to do, and I've really gotten some cool characters out of those that like are portfolio. They're pretty much like nearly portfolio worthy. I just gotta clean them up a little bit more, but they're some of my favorites. Pepper. Okay, that's a cute one. They do get big, don't they? Yeah. Yeah, That's still nice too, you know. It's yeah, they're crazy fur on them too. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give them like an underbelly that's all reptilian, and then I'm gonna on the top make it all like Irish setter, like fur everywhere in 0G. So it's gonna be nuts. It's like these huge clumps of hair just whoosh. Is that right? No, it's this. Right? Yeah. A little like window pop up showing her showing her face. She's like in a astronaut suit. Commence the petting. That's what this ship was built to do. Not fight space pirates. It was built to pet a giant celestial dog. So I'm gotta remember how their legs go. What's wrong still? Fix that leg. This one looks okay. It's probably because I just put it too soon. Oops. You do. There we go. It's more like that. Yeah, she says like, hooray. Maybe if she teams up with Gurren Lagann, she can pet him. She can have the dog lie on her lap. Because then she'll be big enough. And they can play frisbee with galaxies. Oh, this is still just well. In this alternate universe, he didn't stop growing. She just kept having to like put him. So that later episode of that one Digimon, I think that was second season, where he thought it was really cool to have a pet digital monster that looked like a T-Rex until he realized it wouldn't stop growing, so it wouldn't fit in his house, and then it wouldn't fit in his yard. He's like, could you kind of get smaller again? Because I don't know where to put you soon. And with her, she's just like, my dad works for this space program. We can put you out there, and I'll come and visit. It's like I'm learning to be an astronaut. Ooh, and in the story, maybe Clifford saves the world from all the space junk because he goes up there and takes care of it all. Just fetches it and takes it somewhere to bury on another planet. They have really long. Irish setters have really long fur on their ears, so I'm trying to show that with this one. Yeah. And it could be like there could be maybe like a side story where like not a, where he becomes a guardian for the our galaxy because it gets into it scares away another scary space monster. It's got this angelic, instead of a collar, it has this angelic halo. I'm gonna give it, run its neck. And like it's got armor on top of its fur. I need to fix this paw. Because if it's going like that, then it goes like that, then it goes like this. Sorry, I'm just trying to work with anatomy I'm not very familiar with here. So, actually, no, that's wrong. I still really want the leg bending, though. Like that, more like that. But I'm doing it. Hang on, my brain needs to. Yeah! That seems like it could be a kid's show, actually. Like if it's just very chill, like take out the part the part about fighting and just like it's like that anime where they had to clean space debris, but it's less scary because and they have to worry less about getting the hull breached by a tiny loose like bit of metal that's flying through space at thousands of miles per hour because this dog is just like protecting the ship at all costs. See, I'm goofing up this leg because I don't have reference for it. I'm gonna erase it for now until I can get it a good pose for that. I think if that one's that, this one should be like this. Cause it's kind of like the mega stretch move where they're just like, yeah, I love that. That could still work where it was. do, 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 do. Yeah, this Clifford could like yeet most could like just yeet Godzilla off the planet, just come down into the atmosphere and be like gulp. Puh. You're getting too rowdy there, Godzilla. Spend some time in space to think about what you did. And encased its tail, most of its tail in metal, except for it's so long that the end is still loose, so it's got just like this like crazy long fur. I love this brush. This brush is just so nice and has a great like pressure control to it. I like when I find these where I can feel like I'm not, where I feel like I'm in a little more control. Let me try this. It could work. Kind of a little bit off, but it's not, I can clean it up. Right. Yeah. Yeah, it's story done. Yeah, story done by Alex Hirsch. And obviously licensed by the children's book. If they're still, I'm sure that people in their estate are still. Hope that there's. And that's an older book. I'm not sure who owns the property now. And if there are kids that inherited it, or if they're still around, hopefully. But I don't know. That's an older one, so. Yeah, it's. I always. Sorry. I always like to use just like I look for the manga brushes because they're usually really they have really good like line. But either that or I go for something super painterly, like just something fun like this one where it's got like a brush. I mean, like a marker kind of feel to it. Especially if I lower the opacity, then you get like this, which is great for metal because then you can just go like that. And then, yeah. So, you get like a Copic kind of marker feel. Then there's these ones that have like, you can kind of, it's easier to see once it gets bigger, but you get like cool texture on the edges. And then you have, let's see if I still have, I do! Kirby Crackle! thought that too, honestly. I used to be only ink. It just took me like a little while to get more confident in myself, and then I was able to just do more with it. Wait, what? That's weird. You know, actually, well, I can always do that on top. Yeah, I'll just do that on top of this. It's exuding its its red aura everywhere. And then I'll make the background color. Actually, I'm going to make it a dark blue for space. And then I'm going to... What are the... Oh, that's probably... I guess it's on that layer for some reason. I don't know why. Whoops. Well, it's an easy way to find colors I didn't want. Yeah, it's the from yeah, Kirby Crackle's a great brush. I love it. Normally, what it's supposed to do is it lets you control the size. So I could have made even bigger circles, but for some reason it's not letting me do that right now. But that's okay. I can figure out. Maybe I am using the wrong one because I have a couple of them that do the same thing. So this might be the one that only does a bigger spread of them, which works fine for now because this big dog, so it doesn't need in it for its size ratio versus like all this around it. It makes more sense. I think I have one for. But you see, with traditional, what you can do is, yeah, he is. For traditional, you can kind of copy a lot of what I'm doing by I'm sure I don't know if you've seen those, but like you can get like you can use toothbrushes. Actually, that's one way to do this in real life is you just take a toothbrush and lightly dap the tip in some ink, and then you with a glove on you pull back the bristles and let them shoot the ink onto the page. And obviously you mask the areas that you don't want to have covered, which you can do with either masking fluid or with masking tape. It's up to you which one you want, because I've never tried masking fluid, but I've seen some really skilled people use it and it looks great. I'm sure if I used it, it would be just as destructive and unpredictable as the tape. So I'd rather just use the tape and save money. Because at least then I know what I'm spending versus doing it the other way and being wrong anyway. And yeah, it's not worth it. I'm going to put an undercoat actually before I do this so I don't have to like draw over the whole thing slowly. Where are you? So let's make the undercoat like a dark, like almost blood red kind of thing, because it's like it's just going to be the darker. Where are you? I also have some brushes in here that do fur, which I'm trying to think how you do that in real. Yeah. And one thing I did also that can make a speckled effect, because my friend showed me this. She did a like water. She's one of the first people I saw try to do a watercolor comic, but the one I follow now, they do they do one, but they don't do this technique because it's just extra time on top of time that you're already using a lot of. But with what they did was they would take like salt, and they would salt the page after they had let water be on it, and it would pull the color and the salt and the water into the salt, and you would get these specks all over the page. So it was a cool like lightning effect in certain areas. Trying to find a good brush to show you. Well, here's another. Oh, that's just pastel. Whee! It's not dark enough. Not dark enough. Yeah, there's I wish I had a. I have them somewhere, but I can't. When I reorganized these, I reorganized them, but I didn't title them. I should have renamed a lot of these brushes so that they were easier to find. Because there's just so many. There's too many. I mean, any brush that does good tapering could be a good brush for fur. And maybe even better is one that does tapering and opacity change, because then you get that nice like dither kind of effect at the end. This is watercolor, because it gets darker as you go over it. Like it builds up and becomes more solid. What's this? Well, this is probably a where. It doesn't help that I'm ever since I upgraded to my monitor to a higher resolution, it's kind of harder to see these brushes. Because before they were like, okay, that's very clearly a brush that... Oh, here we go. Oh no, that's pencil. I could try that. But yeah, it was easier to see them before. Now it's a little bit tougher. What's this one? Ooh, I think this is supposed to be like I used this one last time for energy too. It's supposed to be for like something, like they claim it's for like blood or something, but I think it looks even cooler for like energy. Like it just gives this cool like cloudiness kind of effect. It's kind of hard to see there, but I'll make another layer and I'll show you with a brighter color. So see, like that. Like look at that. That looks cool. That's like an energy kind of thing going on. But I'm gonna change that so it's actually, you know what? Since I can do this, this would be kind of cool. Put these clouds around Clifford that have like the energy, but they also are. It's also emanating this gold energy, so I can have like this going like that, and then like, oops. This will be glowing. This will be glowing. Yeah, like I So his entire underbelly is all just gold. Even cooler if it like had like a divine glow to it too. Thanks. Yeah. Sometimes I just jump onto like the nice thing about Clip Studio that I love is that like they say they know that people have a limited amount of time to be goofing around looking for brushes, so they have their own like catalog that you can go through, and there's some that cost money and some that are free. But even with the ones that cost money, like I I'm not even sure what the promotion was, but I got like a bunch of free credits that are like I think I got like maybe like $15 worth of at least of credits for some reason. Probably because I upgraded or something, and I paid, and when I upgraded, I paid for the upgrade, so they were like, here, you can have this money on top of it because we like having customers keep upgrading. So please don't leave. In this part of the galaxy, in this section of the never mind, I can't pull that off. Aurora Borealis, localized entirely within your kitchen. Yes. May I see it? No. Right now, I just randomly tried to think of an anime that had a dog in it recently, because I know that there's been ones in the past, but I'm trying to think of a recent one that's really good. That there's not a dog in Jujutsu Kaisen. Big loss there. I mean, stuffed animal is fine, but dog wins over stuffed animal. I do actually. Oh no, I don't. That's in my other thing. I did have a brush that I downloaded, but it's not. It was for the Procreate, unfortunately, so it doesn't work here. But I had a special effects brush that I got for free that I could have tried, but let's see what this one looks like. Probably the same. Let's see. Okay. It's another good one. The other thing I like in my brushes is that they stay round. Because I see some. I mean, this one is a weird shape, but it's mostly round. Because some shapes are based around like how you orient the pen in your hand, and sometimes I accidentally rotate it without meaning to, and I don't want that to change what I was gonna draw. So. See like how you got like these nice like that texture in there, like you can see. Whoops, too close. Too close. But yeah, see like look at that, like that's much more textured kind of feel to it. And then you have like soft, but like you can even see a texture in there. Like a paper, like you're drawing on paper. So, woo, that's crazy. Where's my... And this is like a sandy one, I guess? Yeah. This might be where my fur brushes are hidden. If they load. Yeah. Yeah, it's got a nice texture to its edge. So you get like this cool, like, messy edge for your paintbrush like that. Cause yeah, you get here's another one that's kind of cool. This has got like a paintbrush almost kind of look to it. But it's more like a sponge actually, because it's shaped like that. And that's what I was saying earlier. I'd love to make my own, because then I'd have all the control I want. Yeah, see, there's a wet one. Flat. I know there's one that... No, that's another... Come on, guys. I want my brush. Hey, you know what? I'm just going to use one of these, because these are always good for doing hair, because they have like... I can always just lower their opacity and then... Yeah. Might be in here, actually. Oh, here's the smoke one. That could be... Yeah, here's another cool type of brush. Good for clouds. Yeah, I have a couple like that too. Like, I think my favorite though is like I have this people like Sean Cheeks Galloway. He his art's really always inspired me because of how it's so perfectly simple. Like, it just does what it needs to do. It doesn't need to be like over the top. It just works. Which is what I'm trying to push mine towards more, because mine's... I mean, I like it, but it could... Sometimes I feel like I put more than I need to in things, and it'd be nicer just to get things done faster and start to get customers. Eventually, once I set up my... I don't have that set up at the moment, but I would like to sometime in the near future set up commissions. So, but yeah, his stuff's really good. Gosh, I'm worried I'm saying her name wrong. Loish. She does great stuff. Like her digital coloring is just gorgeous. And there's plenty of like concept artists that are just so crazy good. It's like, I think the biggest thing though is to just never let that really scare you away. Like, I look at their stuff now. I used to be like that, but now I look at their stuff more, and I'm just like, wouldn't it be fun to try a project like that or something? It's like I know I'm not gonna do it the same way they did it, but wouldn't it be fun to do something kind of like in that theme and see where I take it? This is kind of cool. Yeah, he yeah. Sean Galloway goes all the way back to like Deviant art. Like he did a bunch of Spider. He does like art for everything. I love his '80s art. Like he did some He-Man art that looked awesome. He did some he also did like a Thundercats drawing that looked amazing. He was actually in charge of the character art for that Saturday morning cartoon Spectacular Spider-Man, and I really like that style. Like I know maybe some people don't like the big eyes, but I thought it was really nice having like a just a different style. Because I mean, and that's coming from someone that loved the original Saturday morning cartoon, but like seeing it in a new style where like they changed how Aunt May looked and they changed how Mary Jane looked, and there was some new characters in it that were based on other people from the comics. Like Gwen Stacy was in it. Yeah, yeah. It was on. I don't know if you ever saw that. If you had this network, but the Warner Brothers had their own network called before CW it was WB with the frog, the singing frog. What was his name? Franklin or something? I forget. No, so bad. Oh, man, it's something actually more long. I forget what it was. He's that frog with the top hat. Anyway, they they would air a whole bunch of cartoons, and it started with things like Animaniacs and Pinky and the Brain, and then it moved on to things like near the end. It was they were trying to do more like teenager stuff, so they had like Batman Begins on there, and they brought in Spider-Man. I mean, Spectacular Spider-Man, and I think they got a. Oh gosh, I forget the name of the band that they got to do that song. It has a fun intro, but I forget who did it. There was a pretty big pop band at the time, but still, it's a fun show. I kind of like that version of Venom a little bit. With that version of Eddie Brock was closer to Peter's age, so their relationship was a little more interesting because it was kind of like an old friend that was like he was like the jock that kind of like saw Peter as a good person and kind of just watched out for him while he was there, and then kind of he runs into him again working in, but he instead of him being another photographer that's a rival, he's actually a scientist that works with Doc Connor. So that's a really cool like change on his character too, that he became like also another person who's interested in science, because honestly it makes more sense. I mean, it works almost better because the majority of the most scary villains are all scientists in Spider-Man. Like those are the ones you gotta watch out for. But yeah, I definitely recommend Sean Cheeks Galloway's art. And Scotty Young is another person whose art I just get blown away every time I see it. I think he might be having a new art book release sometime soon of his stuff this year. Let me see. I got him in my. I'm just gonna look him up quick because I have him in my Instagram. Oh no, that's Tony Cartoonish. Never mind, that's someone different. I like his stuff too, but do. Almost really. Oh, that's fun fan art. Someone did fan art of Vox Machina, and it looks amazing. Oh, that's tough. Um, it's. I thought. That's hard because like one of my favorite comics is Spider-Man Blue because it deals with loss and how you move forward with the people you love and hold on to the memory of the people that you lost, but not in sadness, but in celebration of who they were, but still acknowledging that it hurts that they're gone. Because, like, oh, yeah. But I'd say that Sean Cheeks is probably my favorite, one of my favorites, with Scotty Young coming in as well. They're both of them have a really fun Spider-Man. Uh, Scotty Young did a really cool graphic novel for series for um, Wizard of Oz that I definitely, if you ever have a chance to like grab the like digital version, I'd say it's really good. Oh, and recently he did a oh, that's right, he did this recently. He did a Calvin and Hobbes sketch that looks really fun. Like he did it really quick, you could tell, but it's traditionally drawn and it's just like the two the two of them like he's just Calvin's just waving and he's got crazy hair because that's how Scotty draws, but it's in his style, so I love it. Because recently he's done something called I Hate Fairyland. It's the comic he's working on now, and I have the first graphic novel collection. It's really funny. It's essentially what would happen if Dorothy never like if someone was in Dorothy's situation, but they were a spoiled brat kind of, and they got stuck there, and it was to the point where like they were kind of so lazy and goofy that like they never finished the quest, and the the good witch got so tired of them that she starts like just thinking about sending other girls after her to take her out. It's so crazy. Because she's technically like really like her mind has she's been in there so long that her mind's grown up to be like in her late 30s. Yeah, it's not called I Hate Fairyland if you get the variant titles, but I don't want to get a strike. 'Cause- sometimes my nieces watch this, and I don't want to be the one to teach them that. It's like, why do you say that word? Doesn't mean anything. No say it. But yeah, no, Scotty Young's really he's really good. Who else? I didn't get a chance to read much of Ghost Ghost Spider. I haven't even seen much of the. I watched like I think the pilot for that one show that had her and Miss Marvel and Squirrel Girl, who for a while I really liked because she kind of reminded me of Freakazoid. Like she's not quite as zany as Deadpool, but she's up there. Yeah, right. Oh no. Which is your favorite though? Like, do you like? Like, I wish I could say that with all the heartthrob stuff um about what's about Spider-Man 2099 that he was up there on my list of favorites, but I honestly didn't really click with that comic. Like, it felt like it was, maybe it's cuz I wasn't a huge follower of Spider-Man to begin with, but what I knew about Spider-Man, it felt like he was kind of a carbon copy of, but just in the future. I didn't know about the. I mean, I only knew about bits and pieces, but like it seemed like a lot of his lore in like the late '90s and early 2000s was a lot like Peter's, but just with someone with a different name. Later on, I think they did change him a lot more, but it felt a little too close for me. To, or at least it felt too close to something that could actually happen to Peter. Whereas, like, I read it because I wanted to read about someone who was totally different, and it felt like I was just reading a what if for Peter. But he's still good. I mean, in the movie, he was that was awesome. I actually never saw those. That's the shame. I never. I'll have to watch them sometime because I think I was just a little disappointed with the CG for Lizard. Like, I'm such a huge Lizard fan from back when that was like when Todd McFarlane drew Spider-Man and he drew the Lizard. Oh, looks so cool. And then to see like a guy with scales that does he doesn't even. I mean, he works, but it kind of just feels like he's like half spider person and I mean half lizard person and not full lizard. Because he should have the gaping maw with like sharp teeth, like a crocodile almost. Which is why I liked his version in Spectacular Spider-Man because they did change him into that, where he became like a mindless beast for a moment until his family was around, and then he would try and snap out of it, so because he didn't want to hurt them. Which I mean, the movie did that too, so that I'm glad they did that. But oh yeah, oh no, totally. I get that 100%, and and like there's parts about oh you mean of I mean of the newest one, which is ironic because I haven't seen any of his movies, but in the Avengers movies, the newest Spider-Man I like a lot, just for his personality. But he kind of dumb too. They all kind of dumb in their own ways. Although, with to be fair, I think Garfield might be close to the smartest overall. But his villains are so dumb. Cause I saw a scene where yeah, he kind of just gets like the tail and has scales, but he's still humanoid mostly, and just he doesn't feel as menacing that way. I mean, he in his plan, the Shredder copied it. Which, I mean, I guess says more about Shredder than it says about him. But I thought that was so funny. He's like, Psst, Michael Bay, this has been done earlier this year. You can't just take from somebody else. Oops. But yeah, in the clips I saw of that movie, the only thing that I thought was kind of questioning or kind of weird was had nothing to do with any of the characters. It was the writing, which was that like a scientist probably should never like leave their supervillain plan as a screensaver. Not a good idea. I mean, I know that maybe the lab might have had restricted access, but any janitor that was allowed in there would be like, "What's this now?" It's like, "Oh, guys, remember all those thefts happening around town and weird people being attacked by a lizard? Might have found out why." But I do like his. I think he's a really good actor. So I don't. I'll forgive that stuff if it's a good story. You know. I mean, I kind of miss those. Like I haven't seen Twisters yet, but I do miss when summers were full of dumb movies. I want no thinky time. The internet's always scaring me into thinking too much. I want a movie to be like, here, let me take that brain from you. And I'm like, thank you. It was bothering me. Like I can watch Jurassic Park. I mean, I can poke holes in it all I want, but the fact of the matter is, I love that movie. So I'll never say I dislike it. It's too much fun. Yep, no thinky time. My brain goes bye bye. That's kind of nice. Like all the Back to the Futures were fun, or like Con Air or The Rock, movies that like where you look at them and you're like, this is just silly situations and none of it would. It's a good story, but it doesn't make sense out of its story. But I'm like, you know what? Leave me alone, brain. I'm having fun. It's like, I'm on a quest with Keanu Reeves as he avenges his dog. Leave me alone. I don't need you. And then my brain's like, oh good, I can get a break from you. Phew. It's like, exactly. Yeah. That's why I loved One Punch Man. That was my no thinking anime. It's just like, okay, I'll just watch a dude who just can't. He's depressed. He's kind of annoyed because he can't get into a fight without winning in like one punch. that's it. I mean, I know that there is a story that's being built, but even that's kind of pretty simple. So it's just gonna turn into the battle of the One Punch Men. Who can be the one punchiest? I mean, I like certain anim or shows to have thinking ones too, but it's nice to have a mix. Wow, it's only been 2 hours. Awesome. Here comes the boom. I've never seen Mall Cop. I know of it. Here comes the boom, though. I'll look that up. I haven't heard of that one. Or is that the song? No, it's a... Okay. Oh, it's... You're a Kevin James fan? Because I remember him from King of Queens. Is? Okay. That does sound cool, actually. I just read the plot. That sounds... Yes, attempts to save his school's music program by becoming an MMA fighter. That's kind of... That could be fun. Have you ever seen Gene Wilder? He's got my funny bone. He's like direct link to the, like, any film he's ever done has always made me laugh. Well, except for the sad ones, obviously. But when he does like he will always be Willy Wonka for me, no matter how many times they remake it. And the funny thing is, when Johnny Depp remade Willy Wonka, he flat out said, "I'm not trying to replace him." He's like, no one can replace what he did, which was a good good acting for him to do. Because I mean, like, you can't, like, and he knew that was such a huge role for that actor. I mean, he's done a lot of good movies though. Like Young Frankenstein, I watch that every Halloween, and it always makes me laugh. It's Frankenstein, not Frankenstein. Yeah. The movie the producers couldn't... I was surprised they even remade it, honestly. They had that, like... I think it was in, like, 2000... Well, was that 2007? There was, like... The producers, the musical, which didn't... I mean, it had Matthew Broderick in it, which... Not one of his best films. Because you can't reproduce the energy of Gene Wilder. Like, he just played that role so manic and, like, over the top, full of anxiety that, like, it's hard to copy that and have it be funny, let alone copy it in general. But, like, he managed to make it funny and make it believable. And I will not sing the songs from that movie because that will also get me in trouble here for different reasons. That was a movie where this producer and this accountant purposely try to make a flop film by doing a musical about one of history's biggest, most evil men, and making it silly, hoping that people will be so angry that they just get to just write it off as a loss and keep all the money. So they keep giving people like 110% of the movie profits, and then being like, yeah, sure, you'll get this back. It was pretty good, yeah. I forget the other guy that was with him, but he's done some British comedy. But I'm blanking on his name right now, but he's really funny too. But yeah, Gene Wilder, Mel Brooks movies, Monty Python, of course, is another huge favorite. Like, although that's not it. I guess it just doesn't. Some people just don't get it, which is fine. I mean, I say that only because I had a I remember in high school our teacher let us watch it, and I was sitting there just like laughing so hard I was crying, and the people are next to me are like ghost quiet, and I'm like, what? Like, how do you? It's like, do you guys just not get this, or is this like it was just timeless humor, and I'm like, I don't get why this is hard to not get, but teach their own. Yeah. Actually, I want the pot going this way. That kind of looks more right. What am I doing? Oh, that's why, because I gotta fix that. Oh no, that's the ship. I forgot what I was drawing. Oh no. Started to draw fur over the ship. Whoops. Actually, that would kind of work though. It's like it's shedding so much that it's like all over in front of it, and I could just draw it behind it. That works. I remember in cross country we used to sing the lumberjack song. That was funny. Proves to you how cross country runners are quite eccentric. Or we just like to have fun and we didn't care what people thought. You just, because when you're running that far every day, you're just like, you know what, I'm just gonna have fun. Because I'm already about to like pass out. Scritches. Don't really. Yep, pretty much. If you're going to suffer from shin splints, you might as well be smiling. I just thought, how hard would it be to? I can't imagine how hard it would be to clip Clifford's toenails. That's why I'm making them just so long, because it's like there's no chance you're gonna catch his foot so that you can clip them. You'd have to really bribe him, bribe him really good, and be like, it's like, we'll go for a long walkie afterwards. I swear, just please. These are getting. You're gonna have giant claws. You don't want that. It's like, you'll cut my ship in half next time I come and visit accidentally. If they get too long. I'm gonna try and. I think I'm not. Oh, with that new Batman coming on Amazon, what's your favorite Batman? Like, either from the comics or actor-wise? Just out of curiosity, because for a while mine was Bale, but I haven't seen the new one with that new movie with the guy from I hate saying that he's the guy from Twilight, because that's not fair to him. He's been in a lot of movies, but that's what I know him from. And I mean, it was a successful series of films. So. But I heard that like Riddler was pretty cool in that one. I didn't. Ironically, in Gotham, I think my least favorite character was Bruce Wayne. Like, I wish they had just left him out, because the guy playing Gordon was so good, was really good, and then every time Bruce came on, they're like, hey, 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 look, this kid's important, and I'm like, yes, and he lives, so don't show him. We already have Gordon, who we know is gonna live. We don't need to see Bruce. There's no stakes when he's there. Oh right, we talked. Didn't we? I think you brought that up last. I still need to read. I'll have to check that out sometime. Because I've read Killing Joke, and it's dark, but it also has some really impressive line work. So I like to look at it for that. Like the especially if, yeah, really good artwork in that. Interesting characters. And an interesting take on on the Joker. Cuz story-wise, yeah, he was just a little punk in that show. Like I got up to when he got drunk once, and I'm like, I'm done with this. Like, I don't want to see that. Seeing Bruce Wayne as an adult doing that in a fake manner is fine because he wasn't actually that. But they showed him really being inebriated, and I'm like, I don't want Batman to be that way. He's a good guy. He's a vigilante, sure, but I just realized that this can't be turned this way because that would mean it was broken. So I need to move his paw to be like this. So, things you learn while drawing. Yeah, plus bringing in the Talons and the Court of Owls was interesting, but then being confusing by, didn't they also link them to Raish, which I think, or maybe that was something else. No, that was a different story. Never mind. That was later. My brain just kind of put them together. Well, that's the interesting thing that I think, even though that, as some people have I've heard some people describing this new cartoon as mid, and I'm like, it's because the majority of what you see of Batman in it is Bruce Wayne, and and as Batman Begins pointed out with Rachel Dawes, she points out that's your mask. And yeah, I think that a good comic with him, when he's not around Alfred, that's Bruce Wayne. That's the real one. The one that's Batman. The one that wants to to scare every person in Gotham who's even thinking about becoming a monster and showing them that he's scarier. And that it's a bad idea. It's you don't want to deal with me. It's I have nothing but time. Power is money. Trying to just fix this. I thought this would be quicker, but this is actually taking just as long as it probably would have to redraw this. Please move the layer. Please? Nope. I just want the line work to move. No. faster way to do this. Okay, there it is. Yeah, okay. Well, close enough. That's all I need. I just wanted to make sure that it was a little bit more out of the way, so that. I think. Well, there was a storyline in the comics where Clayface frames him, and I think he tried to blackmail him. And even in the cartoon, he accidentally gets pulled into several things with Poison Ivy because she's targeting rich people who she feels are trying to, like, their corporations are attacking nature preserves, and she accidentally targets him because she thinks he's involved, but it was someone at his company that was wrongfully representing him. So that's two of them, but Joker never really did, except in some of the very dark stories. Like Death in the Family. I think that's when he found out, I believe. I never read that comic, but it's because some really bad things happened in that. I think Bane might have figured out who he was, but I can't remember. I mean, he figured out how to fight him. I just can't remember if he knew who he was when he was fighting him. That's the biggest letdown for people. I see for people who haven't. I mean, I've only read bits and pieces of that comic, but like, that movie just like gutted that story to the point where like it's. I mean, making him part of Talia's storyline is so weird, and her story in there was like, just. They did her dirty. She's a cool character, and they really like misrepresented her as a interesting character in that universe. Like, she's one of the few people that like really like beats Batman a few times in different ways. It helps when your moral compass is like very forgiving, like hers is, where she's like, great or good. Yeah. Oh, that too. Yeah. Was that? Wasn't there one where he? I thought there was one with more than just Robin. Like, other people in in the Batman family were attacked. I don't know if they actually died, but they were. Yeah, I don't know. Oops. But like, I did like those were really good. And see, that's the kind of thing I was saying about the new Batman show is like, I went into it being like, he's done everything. That's the nice thing about Batman, is that telling a story about him is never really about like, is this canon or not? It's more, is this a good story? And that's the kind of comics I love. Because when I have to be like, oh, wait a minute, Wolverine couldn't be on this page because he was off at blah blah blah. I'm like, that's when I tell my brain to shut up. I'm like, look, if Hugh Grant, if he wants to play it this, if Hugh Jackson wants to play it this way, Hugh Grant. I say I'm rather nervous, Wolverine. No, if Hugh Jackman wants to do I did it again. If Hugh Jackman wants to play him as like the leader of the team and a hero, that's fine, because I mean half of that's true. He is a hero. He's just not. I mean, he kind of tries to be the hero, the leader sometimes, but he's not the best leader because he's got so many anger issues from his past that make him not the best, where Scott Summers is. But like the point of I was getting back at was like just that like a good story is all I care about with these superheroes. Maybe that's kind of why I stopped watching Marvel, is because I kind of felt like they stopped telling stories. It felt like it became like, how can we gain points, or how can we look popular doing this character, or how can we make another movie that's the same thing as Guardians of the Galaxy. And I'm like, guys, I like Guardians of the Galaxy because it was new. Yeah, he's got a really eccentric kind of look to him, and he's had so many different costumes. I like that was the one thing everyone keeps telling me I need to see the Deadpool movie, and I like that they gave him his costume in that, because I always thought it was such a letdown in the old movies, that the X-Men movie, that they made fun of his outfit, and I'm like, guys, he can regenerate. He can look as silly as he wants. He could run into battle like in just full drag, and I don't know anyone that would laugh at him with those claws out. like it would still be scary. Dude, giant claws running at you. Doesn't matter what he's wearing. So yeah, if he wants to wear bright orange and black and have those his hair somehow part and then go up into points, which is weird because Wolverines don't even have that. Like, I don't know why. I think it started as it was like his hair was combed back. Yeah, that's a good way of saying it, because the villains make DC's all about, and this is why I feel the animated DC is better than the live action, is the animated DC focuses on the story. The live action tries to make the heroes as big as Marvel, and I'm like, guys, you don't need to make Superman bigger than Captain America. He punches reality, and we're all gonna just go poof. You don't need that. That's as epic as it gets. He fights a guy that is just the Titan, is a literal mad god. Just tell good stories around those two, and I'm happy. You know? I'm much more impressed by a good story. Like, I'm much more impressed by, like, Superman animated show telling a sad story about a cop who stood up to a mad Titan god, and Superman was unable to save him, but the cop got him out in time to beat up the god. That gave me chills, that story. Seeing the Justice League fight Superman, not as cool. especially when it's the point of the movie, which never was the point in any of the stories where Superman was being controlled. You know? It's like, because DC's good at stories. They have people like Jeff Loeb, who's awesome. Like, Long Halloween is my favorite. Just a gangster film with Batman in it, and the Arkham villains pop in, but only to be distractions. Because the real story is about this person who's causing the rivalries between the gangs, which is making gang violence worse. Organized crime gets more intense through the story, so it's like this escalating thing that's happening, and Gordon and him and Harvey Dent are all like just losing sleep and just getting more and more agitated as the story goes on. Yeah. Well, that and the excuse me. Superman, they were right about one thing, but they portrayed it the opposite. Superman is hope. Superman is the best of us. He's everything that we stand for, put in somebody who can be the best with it. And it's uplifting. And it's heartbreaking to see this person who's forced into situations with that where like he can't win, but not because he's not strong enough. It's because he can't be everywhere, or what he's dealing with he can't handle. So those are good stories. Well, like, cause like All-Star Superman, if you haven't read that, I definitely recommend that. I mean, the animated movie's good, but I think that just reading the comic beforehand, even if you just, I think you can find it at most libraries now. And there's just so many stories, and I didn't want to spoil it. I was about to start talking about it, but I'm like, wait, I don't know if you've read it. But so many of the stories in there are just amazing. And they have nothing to do with being strong. Like, being strong, it has nothing to do with the obstacles in his way. In fact, they're kind of, him being strong and being a target is kind of the problem in many of them. Because he'll just be trying to, like, spend time with his father, and then he's like, I can't, because these annoying things are invading and they're going to destroy the farm. Yeah. I think that the best scene that shows that they did him dirty was one of Zod's henchmen has Martha Kent. Why did you say Martha? Sorry. I had to say it. She had Martha Kent in like a vice grip, holding her in the air, and I'm like, oh, I know what's going to happen here. But it didn't, because what would have happened in the comics is he would have flew in super fast, found a way to get her out of the grasp of the villain, flown her away, and then gone back to fight, because that's the hero he is. Because she raised him. She's his mother. In his eyes, there's nothing more precious. So why would he go and punch a different person? And it's because it made a cool fight. But it didn't matter, because she was still there alone, being held in a chokehold. And I'm just like, Clark, dude, you didn't solve the problem. You just went off and went fisticuffs for no reason. When you could have just not fought in the city and probably taken them, just taken her somewhere safe and then fought them somewhere else because you could have probably lapped them. Yeah, where is she? Answer me. I love that he used that he used that same voice for Howl in Howl's Moving Castle. Sophie, you can't even save yourself. You're too late to save me. And then there's that how it should have ended where I love that. It's like, it's my turn now. And he's like, oh right, yeah. Wait, why does it sound like you're gargling marbles? And he's like, la, la, la. And I don't honestly, I don't hold any actor at at fault for how they portray it. I mean, they're given a script. Like, I don't like how Zack Snyder saw Batman, but I don't blame Ben Affleck. Because what person who grew up loving Batman would want to be him? Yeah. And it is funny that the How It Should Have Ended people pointed out that, like, that was that's his device that they stole. So shouldn't he know how to turn it off? Or that I love the ending comment where, like, they're like, "Oh, is this chemical dangerous?" And he's like, only if you inhale it as a vapor." And he's like, "No wonder my wife was freaking out during pasta night." So great. And it just has like Tyrion coming out of the oh no, it had Joffrey coming out of the sink. It's like, yep, that would scare me too. Oh boy. I can tell you yeah, I'll say it. My least favorite Robin is Damien. I don't like him. He brat. Like, people, he is to me what people saw the first the second Robin as the one that Joker got. Like, where I look at him and I'm like, but he's just as annoying, but in different ways. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I love how this pen gives me a nice sheen kind of look to it. I think I'm going to make space out the armor on his tail, though. So it's kind of like, maybe it's like, ooh, what if it's braids and then it goes into a tail? So maybe instead of, it starts with a bit of metal for that, but then this is all just like warrior braids kind of going down the tail. I don't know who braided it, but maybe it was the only way to keep it manageable. is that she just put it in braids. Yeah, and when I say I don't like Damien, I don't mean that he's a bad character or that he's badly written. I just personally don't like his personality, but I can see why people might like his personality. So I don't want to say, yeah, you're right. Thanks for, you're 100% right for. Because I think some of the stories he's involved in are great, but he's a murderer. And I like to root for heroes. So. That's why. Like, if someone wants to like him, that's cool. But I think he almost undoes everything Batman is in several instances. And I mean, that's the point. Is the conflict of trying to teach him. Yeah. Maybe there's a bigger ship that, or a different, there's like an extension for this ship that can like, it's like a comb or so, it's like a special hair accessory that makes it so it's easier to braid. Exactly. This is the brush I like to draw really thick sometimes too, for especially when I'm doing like the early work, which this still kind of is. So like I didn't think I was gonna be drawing braids on a dog's tail today, but here we are. So you never know where you'll go with fantasy. That's why I love it. I mean, same with sci-fi too. I do like sci-fi. I just don't draw it as much, but mainly because I don't draw vehicles much. I need to get better at that. Yeah. Well, you mean the original or the? Well, see, I think the fun thing about that movie is it's more about the father. actually. The original, I feel, is about a father accepting his daughter's path. And that's interesting. When you see it as like he's accepting that she's growing up and that she's got her own life. And he just wants to make sure she's safe, really, is his side of things. And then he realizes that she has made a good decision and he can back it. Also, Ursula is an awesome villain. Well, I like Ursula as a villain. She's fun. Because, I mean, you are partially right. I mean, if Ariel wasn't a little bit of a brat, Ursula would never have gotten that power. So, yeah, he was just a guy that loved his daughter. Like, he put his life on the line for her and pretty much like doomed himself to like the worst fate of their kind. Well, except for in the original story, where that's even worse. But I like that they added in a father figure because the original one didn't really have one. In the original, the sisters tried to save her, which, where were they? You have, what was it, like 6 other sisters and none of them came to look for you? Ugh. Come on. I mean, I know that they know their dad's tough, but like they could have tried something. They could have come. They should have come with him when he went to go take her on, because they know who she is. I mean, they hear Ursula, they should have been like, "Oh, that." It's like she showed her face. We're gonna go take her out. Although maybe they were. That could have been a scene. And see, that could have been a scene in the newer one where it showed like. Although I haven't seen the newer one, so maybe there is a scene like that, where the father's basically like, "This is only I can deal with this. Don't involve yourself because she's dangerous. She's crazy." See. I just like Glenn Keane's art is just special to me, but I know exactly what you mean about her as a character. Like, I could definitely understand that. Because there's definitely been characters in Disney that I didn't quite understand everything about them. I'm trying to think of one exactly. There's been some where the writers must have been pushed into a corner with what to do, like more recent ones especially, where like it feels like there was a much better solution to the problem. I think like gosh, I swear there's one in that happened more recently, but I can't think of it right now. Well, like actually, and I saw a video essay on this, and as a caveat, I liked this film, so this is not me slandering the film. But in Incredibles 2, that villain was a bit confusing. It could have been. I'm not saying it was bad. It just could have been written better. And I think it was a time thing. I think that they were probably crunched on time and just weren't able to get back what they lost and just kind of edited around it, and that's what they got. Which, fine. but it doesn't mean that I have to like it. Yeah, she's not scary. Or relatable. Those are the two things that you need to be as a, especially in a cartoon, as a cartoon villain. Either be Maleficent or be, I mean, well, who's a, I guess, oh gosh, what's his name? There's a couple that are relatable actually, or more relatable. Heck, at least be like a Clayton or something, where like you have a very simple drive, and you don't have the perspective of what you're hunting, because you, in your world, it's, you've grown up, or you've lived off just being this specific kind of person, like he did, where he was a hunter, and that was it. And he enjoyed the hunt a little too much. And he got probably one of the most gruesome deaths. Not the worst, but definitely one of the more gruesome ones. Because I don't know who would be the most, like, redeemable. I mean, technically, I guess Cinderella's sisters, because they made a movie where one of them was. I still need to see that movie because I hear it's really good. Yeah, right? Like you just see like a shadow in for a split for like maybe like 1 or 2 frames, but it's enough. It's like, oh, okay. It's like, what happened? Was that the bird? I'm trying to remember what happened to him. Was it a did a bird get him? Because it must have been something like that. Because with it being insects, you can be a little bit darker. But it's funny that like you see scenes like that in movies, but then I go and tell people about like how birds, there's birds out there like cassowaries that are no joke and are scary, and they look at me like I'm crazy, and I'm like, you guys know that a common ancestor between lizards and between reptiles and aviaries, they convert. One of the branches was dinosaurs, right? So that's right. It was a baby bird. Yeah, yeah. That was dark. But no, yeah, it's funny where there's people just look at me like like I'm the crazy one, and I'm like, guys, they they are they go back a long ways, and even some ancient birds like got big enough to eat horses. So yeah, they like terror birds were huge, not as big as not as bulky as T Rex, but they were still big. Making the collar have all these runes on it. Ooh, wait. Oh no, I can't do that. I can do this though. And then this. And then this. Me too. I think and I've been trying to study how to draw them more lately because there's so many aspects of like the fantasy creatures I draw that would be really enhanced if I could draw birds better. With drawing the dragons lately, for instance. Well, and also my my model has bird wings, so I want to get better at them so I can make better illustrations for those when I go and do the VTuber version of this. So I'm gonna put a glow on this too. But it would be nice to see Disney go back. I think that was the biggest problem that actually that's what Disney's problem was for a little while was they they went from like every movie having a villain and the stories were fun to the villain is like a character obstacle, like a bad trait they have or a thing that they have to overcome. And I'm like, that's good for adults, but kids that might be a little too broad, like hard for them to relate to. Like I don't think they're really tackling that stuff yet, so maybe stick with the witch or dragon or like straight up monster or something, or just greedy person. Oh, you know who was a really scary guy from back in the early Disney was in Pinocchio. The guy who catches him, and he had that devilish face. Oh, that probably gave a lot of kids nightmares. I think that guy scared me back then more than the that demon thing in Fantasia, because at least that was just a monster and not a person. Where I could be like, okay, yeah, this is a monster, so it's okay. But that's a guy that's just horrible. And I haven't seen the Guillermo del Toro version on Netflix, but I hear it's good. Oh, I'll have to check out the playlist, but I really do want to see it. It looks really good. Like I love his work. Like um, Pan's Labyrinth is still such a great film in my eyes. I mean, really dark, whew, so dark. but really good. Yeah, I heard when he was making that film, that scene where she's crawling through the inside of the tree, he actually like stopped several times to see how she was doing because it was pretty miserable. Like she had to crawl through that set, and it took a couple. I think it took a. He wanted a couple takes, but he always asked her if it was okay. It was. Is I think how they. I believe that's how it went down. At least according to the article I read. I'm not sure if that was ever questioned, but he seems like the kind of guy who would do that, though. Yeah, like I'm a huge fan of Hellboy, but his version of Hellboy was really fun too. Like he changed a lot, but I still had a lot of I still really like it, and I think even Mignola went on. I think said that he, even though that it was different from his, he liked it a lot. Like he changed a lot of the personality. He left out characters, but I'm still like, it's still there's still two movies with good character design in them and a story. I mean, the second one was a little bit hodgepodge in parts, but I still liked it, and I loved like that the character design for that villain with the arm that he could, the ape with the arm he could shoot. That was such a cool design. Do I want to do that or do I want to? I don't want to do that. I think I'm going to do this instead. I'm going to make his armor glowing. Yeah, no, I like just really good design, really good characters. He always finds good actors, and he knows how to direct them. I was disappointed that his version of that him and uh, Kojima weren't able to make Silent Hill because I just watched a replay of that, and yeah, it's too bad that didn't get made into a full game because that could have been really cool. No, let's not worry about that. I'm just gonna make it brighter. Maybe not that bright. Oh, nice. Oh my gosh, yeah, my one niece has a really nice singing voice. And I remember when Frozen came out, she sang that so much. But she was, but I didn't mind because it was she was singing it. Like if anyone else was saying that song like 90 times in a row, I would probably lose my mind. But I liked her. She's just had such a great voice. Still does. If she ever watches this. It did, yeah. It was. I thought it was still a fun movie. It was just. I mean, considering they rewrote a lot of it after they made that song, it's still a pretty good movie. I think that's why people don't like Hans, is because he wasn't supposed to be the villain. I mean, she was. Elsa was the original villain. And then they're like, nah, we like her song too much. She can't be bad. But, which is such a weird argument to he. I mean, it was an interesting turn, but it's funny hearing Disney say that because a lot of my favorite songs are from villains, like Scar. I don't know. I hope not. I don't know. I well, I hope not. Not because I don't trust that they have the writers to do it, but it feels like the story's done. I mean, it already. I hear they're also going to make some more Toy Story movies, and I'm like, why don't you just go make some shorts? Like, a few more shorts for Toy Story every like Halloween and Christmas. Awesome. I'm all for that. But do we really need more movies? I don't think so. We don't need to see like every character's like awakening arc. Yeah, it's weird. I'm glad to hear that I still need to see it, but I was told that Inside Out 2 was really good. Is what I was told. So at least that's the case with that because I was a little worried because I did like the original for what it did, but and I really like Amy Poehler is really funny. She's just makes me laugh all the time. Like I rewatch Parks and Rec all the time because of her, and because of Chris Pratt. But if she as the main character wasn't funny, I probably wouldn't be able to get to the parts with Chris Pratt. So. I saw lizards. Reptiles are back. Are coming. Reptiles are coming. Reptiles are coming. The one thing I wanted in the original, and now it's finally coming. If Beastars can do it, so can they. You should have all kinds of animals. I mean, considering they put a Breaking Bad reference in it, yeah, it, it did go places. Now, certain things like Coco, I can't have a sequel, obviously, and I don't want a prequel to Encanto, because I don't need one. I don't want to see what happened in that village. We can't forget the lizards. Yeah, no, we need lizards. I was just like, there's everything here but lizards. What's going on? They're both herbivores and carnivores, and omnivores. Which was another funny, I mean, loose, I mean, stretch, but I forgave it for is some of those animals are omnivores. So, I'm like, or like they're selective herbivores. But it's a kids movie, so at its heart, so I'm like, I guess that's okay. I mean, a giraffe is not helpless when a lion comes around. They have these things called legs that are very strong. It was beautiful. It had a, yeah. Coco was just a gorgeous film, I think. Like, people didn't like that one. I think people really liked Remember Me the most, and I did like that song a lot. But the song he sang in the middle was also really good. And I feel it gets forgotten. I mean, I gotta watch it again because I forgot it right now. But it was really good. The song he sings on the stage with that other character. I don't know. I don't know what people have seen. I don't want to spoil it. But yeah, just such a great scene. Hmm. Trying to think what to do for the legs. Maybe just a. Yeah, the great grandma was. That was just. Oh, my heart. It exploded. And I just miss those stories, honestly. Like I love, and that wasn't that long. That wasn't even that long ago. So, come on, Disney. Let's stop pretending you can't do this because we know you can't. Stop worrying about being liked so that we can love you again. And please, if you're gonna make a sequel, make Treasure Planet. Well, no, wait, there was a Treasure Planet sequel. Make it into a show. Yeah, I want a show for either Treasure Planet or for Atlantis, the Lost City. I mean, the Lost Empire. Although Treasure Planet more because I feel that like that got the an even shorter stick because at least with I think that the other one did better, but I can't remember it. Both of them didn't do great because they were in the late '90s when people didn't like, which it's weird because we do it now, but people didn't like the CG mixed in with the traditional, and I think it looks fine. I don't know why we didn't like it back. I don't remember what the deal was, but even then I liked it. Like I mean, DreamWorks was smart and they used it when they did Prince of Egypt, and that was gorgeous, and had really good songs and yeah, I miss it in movie. Yeah, because like I feel that we might be like I was saying earlier. It seems like a bunch of indie animators are popping up on it online, and it's really exciting to see all these new projects come out. Like what was that? Um, Ramshackle, I think, was one, and then there was I mean, Laxadaisy got a pilot, or not a pilot, but like they got their own like animated yeah, pilot essentially, and I thought it looked great, and I really want to see more. I love that. I don't know if you've seen the short that they made recently, but that's really fun. Like I yeah, I gotta go back and read that again. I haven't read it in a while, but it was really good. Like I remember looking at that and just being astounded that someone could draw that even close to like an a webcomics timeline, because I was so used to like webcomics being like, I mean, Penny Arcade and stuff where back then where like you had to have it every week, and they opted for like like really like, I'm not saying that Penny Arcade didn't have quality, but they opted for more like just an animation style look to their work, and it was just gorgeous for that. Sharpen some of these, soften some of these edges. They actually have a I think, don't they have a, yeah, they have a YouTube channel. I forget what it's called, but it's like they do chats every once in a while where they talk about the characters, and the voice actors come on and talk sometimes too, and yeah, it looks good. Yeah, and the voice, yeah, the personalities, and I think like the voice actors they got for them are just so good. Like I love the guy they have playing I forgot his name already, but the serious guy, the one who plays the hitman. He's they just found like the perfect voice actor for that guy, where he's just like super serious. He's just like. I love. She's. If you. There's like a short where she's talking. The one girl's talking to him, and she's just not fazed by him at all, and he's just like trying to keep her away because he doesn't want her to be near all the violence and that influence of that. But she's just totally into the culture. She thinks anyway at the time because she's a little kid. Yeah, Ivan. Yeah, no, he's great. Really great design for his character, and just I gotta go back and read the comic to see it. I'm sure that was all planned out from the comic, even like how like conflicted he was as a character. I gotta see. I gotta check that out because even the pilot kind of shows that he's kind of no. He has a moral compass, which with the people he's around is a good thing, because well, and the fact that of what he does, because he could be a pretty scary guy if he didn't. Oh no, Ivan's is the guy that works for the bar, right? I'm thinking of the guy that you just mentioned. Yeah, the hitman guy who's works for the other family, but used to work for them. Yes, thank you. Yeah, he's the one that was, I believe, the accountant, where he's just like, I, I subtract numbers too. That's such a good line. What does that mean? Oh my, this is precocious. So good. But I am excited to see what happens with all these in indies that are popping up, and like, because it seems like we went from like in the early 2000s it was web comics that were popping up as a response to how the comics industry was treating artists at the time, or how the comics industry in general was doing at the time. Not even how it was treating its people. It's more, it had been topsy turvy, and people had seen that and been like, maybe not me. No thanks. And now we're seeing these small studios pop up, and it's exciting. I just watched the murder drones, and oh, that's dark. Wow, that last episode. Woohoo! So dark. Yeah, I believe they worked for Disney. The art, or for, was it Disney or was it DreamWorks? They worked for one of the big for the big animation studio. It might have even been like, I'll have to check. They might have been for Disney France, I think, but I can't remember. But they, or maybe they went to SCAD actually. No, that must have been it. I think it was that they went to SCAD, and that's where they got their knowledge of all that. Because you have to have a specific discipline to be like that, level of focus on like continuity of your characters. Like they always look like at least 90% spot on, which is really hard to do frame even like panel to panel when you make them that complicated. Like they're like, it looks like they're drawn with like colored pencils almost. So making that look unified all the time and having them all stand out like silhouette wise at the same time is so impressive. And Murder Drones works because it was the designs are simple enough that they were able to make them, but the story is good in its own way. Like it's proof that the story always trumps the art. But it's still good art. It's still a really nice style. I think it's what scared me for a little while out of doing my comic, but then I finally was like, you know what? It is going to be what it's going to be. I'll let people decide for themselves. Because if it's bad, whatever. I can make another one later. But I don't think it will be. Man, having too much fun drawing this dog. This is just too much fun. This is exactly what happened last time, where I just lost myself in drawing this, and it's just too much fun creating this celestial beast. Yeah. Well, like, that's kind of my. I think that's why I don't mind that the villain, which I think I've shown you, but yeah, you've seen him. The guy you drew him. Duh. Thank you. Yeah. The reason I drew that villain that way is because he only shows up in a few times so far in the story as a full body. Like usually you'll see the silhouette of him, or like a old-fashioned cartoon kind of thing where it's like you don't really, I don't want to give him away too early. I'm showing him that's a character sheet so that I know his color scheme when light hits him in certain ways, but he's not even going to show, probably I don't even know if he's going to show up fully until like the family gets to the climax of the story maybe, and then he tries to mess things up again for fun, but he does it himself maybe, or something, or like maybe he makes a clone of himself that he could send through dimensions and that fights them, but it's not as strong as him. It's just got his abilities. So what's that? I just no. Did I lighten this or accidentally? How did that happen? There. Yeah, I kind of like villains like that. Like a Skeletor kind of villain, almost, where he's just like, or a Rita Repulsa almost, where it's just a baddie who's in the background who's almost Saturday morning cartoon, but can be more deadly, but just likes to let things simmer and enjoy the ride. Because it's just entertainment for him more than anything else. And like it's an experiment. And it's just fun. Like he gets to just like mess with people and just like watch the dominoes fall and see where they go. These, we don't need those anymore. don't even need this one anymore because we got. Did we get everything? Yeah, I got everything I needed. Maybe. Oh, you know, it'd be kind of cool. What if I put like. Let's see. What should I do? Jupiter, maybe, right? Put like the let's find. Oops. Oh, you mean like he's like Pete? Keep him under your thumb, goof. Your kid's playing against you. I can't do the voice. Who would have thought he would have been a Kingdom Hearts villain? You know what's funny is that and I can't believe Disney hasn't like gone back to this now that they're like dipping into things. But they were gonna make a Kingdom Hearts TV, I mean animated show. They just couldn't get it off the ground. Because I'm pretty sure like the guy who was it Nomura or no I'm trying to remember. The guy who was making the like I think it's the second one. He said he would help, but I think that they just couldn't get it off the ground. Like they got a pilot, like they had an animatic, and you can find it on YouTube. Yeah, keep him under your thumb, goof. What the hell is him? Yeah. I want to lower that opacity. I never saw the second Goofy movie. I heard it was not quite. I'm not sure. I don't know. I've heard mixed reviews on the second movie. Not that it's really bad. It's just not quite the same as the first. Like the first really had a really strong storyline and a cool, like additional character with power line, right? Oh God. Oh no. I'm gonna lose my membership to Disney Club. I don't think. Oh wait, there's. Well, that's not a good representation. Actually, maybe Venus would be kind of cool to put behind it, because usually we go the other direction, so it would be kind of cool if this actually was Venus. But let's see if I can find some good pictures of that. How to... The first movie was really good. I don't. I just can't remember how good the second one was. Because I've only seen clips from it, and it feels like it was more trying to cater to that fad at the time of like inline like rollerblading and extreme sports and all that stuff, and they tried to put it in a story that involved college, which was confusing because it was like, how do these two things connect? Like there was a competition that happened while he was in college, and I'm like, buddy, ooh, even in those days, like tuitions were going up. Like maybe if he went into a state college, it wasn't that bad, but anything else, and you are just his father being there would be like him watching his investment, less more than both having a fun time. I also watched some of the TV show too, back in the day, the Goofy TV show, Goof, yeah, Goof Troop, right? Yeah, I watched some of that with, which is why it's funny that the movie didn't have like they didn't have the full family on the other side come. Like, what? Where were the other two? Like the girls didn't come. Like, were they not invited? Was it just a boys' camping trip or something? Yeah, she did. They break up or something? I can't remember what the story was because she like suddenly wasn't in the picture at all. He wasn't thinking about her or anything, and it's like, didn't you spend the whole first movie trying to impress her? At least show some character growth and give her a chance to be more than just the prize. Like, it would have been fun to learn more about her as a character and have her be like another person in the story. Especially because, like I said, the Goof Troop TV show, Pete has a wife, and she's not in the movie either. And it's like, and a daughter. I forget what her name was, or either, but yeah, he has a wife and a daughter, and it's like, why aren't they there? I mean, I know that they didn't have probably enough time, but they could have at least been in the background or something. Let's do like, I don't think of a cool. Ooh, what if I do? Oh no, that's a star. Stupid. I was like, yeah, she's in the TV show. Pete has a Pete has a daughter. She's like, I think 5 or something, and she's really like just a little energetic one, and she's just there to be cute a lot of the times. But they have some stories with her. So I don't know. It was maybe that's the whole point, is that it wouldn't have added to. But even a line where he's like, "Yeah, I got to spend. This is a father-son outing." Although it's been a while since I've seen it, maybe he did say that. You know what? I'm just gonna put Earth in the background. That would be the best thing, I think. Because otherwise, why would she be there? It's got to be somewhere nearby. So. Let's just get that done. Oops, I'm gonna. Let's just. Yeah, I think that would make most sense. Actually, it's darker than that most of the time. Maybe just like. But how funny would it be if they after after Kingdom Hearts 4 finally comes out, they make a sequel to they make a live action version of it. I'd be, that would be interesting for sure. Confusing beyond all belief, but I definitely would be curious to see how that does. Although it might be like another case of like Avatar, where the Last Airbender, where like they try and cram too much in, and then it just becomes super confusing, especially to people who haven't seen the original. Oops, no. Yeah, I thought trying to show Earth from a just not the typical perspective too. 'Cause usually it's always from like the Americas, or so I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm gonna do it like a little bit up at an angle, so like you see part of the U.S. and then you see part of France, I mean Spain, and in the UK and all that up here, kind of. And I'll fix it when I. But yeah, I. Every time they try, I don't know what is really their goal because every time they try, it feels like they get further from the point. Like, guys, it's just about character growth. It's not that hard to write a story like that. But they seem to find a way every time to make it more and more farther from what it's supposed to be. Like, I haven't seen it, but I've seen people I've seen some reviews of it, and people are talking about how like Zuko almost beats his father, and I'm like, guys, that had nothing to do with anything in the story. He didn't want to fight his father. Who'd want to fight Mark Hamill? So that's a little warning right there. But otherwise, yeah, it's just I don't get it. It's just like I'll give it another shot. I'll watch it myself too before I make a real assessment of it, but because that might not even be 100% accurate. I'm just hearing from people, so maybe they haven't. I don't know. They could be wrong too. So yeah, I'm like, guys, do you know what a character arc is? Like, you know that like it's exciting to see him change throughout the story because of that. And they're like, no, it's too he's too cringe. And I'm like, guys, this is a legend. It's not real. It can't hurt you. It's just a story, guys. One thing I do want to see is how someone plays the firebenders because they were really fun characters. I mean, all the characters are. Oh, in the Boulder, I want to see it. I want to see the Boulder live action. And I want to see Toph live action because if they can at least give me Toph, I'll give them a little forgiveness. But I don't know because I've heard they've messed up Sokka. I heard that there's problems with Zuko, which is funny because the first season of him, you think they would have been good because, or it's hard to mess it up. He's so robotic when you first meet him. And I wonder if they were scared to do that. Like he's like, Avatar, Destiny. And then, yeah, the Boulder was so much fun. Whenever you're ready, the Pebble. And this is coming along. Well, The Rock. I wish he would just come on and just be like, I'll do it for fun. It's like don't even worry about paying me. He's like, this is pretty much me anyway. So he would just do it Because I've seen actors do that, but like it would just be so much fun to see him just be like, yeah, I know this is me, so let's just have fun. Because Hippo is pretty much like, I think he's a couple people, but I think he's a nod to Andre the Giant. And Fire Nation Man is oh gosh, who did they say that was? That guy that, yeah. I remember there was there's I think it's probably still on there, but there's a YouTube video of them at a convention talking to each other in their character voices, all the voice actors. It's so much fun. Like you have oh, what's her, I keep forgetting her full name, but her first name is Gray. She's the one that plays Azula. And seems like a really cool person and a really fun person to talk to. I really would love to be fun to get her autograph or meet her at a con. I would also love to hear Dante Bosco do his imitation of Azula in live. Okay, Avatar. Here's the deal. Either I, it's like I'm gonna either blackmail you or I'm gonna trick you into being captured. And like, I guess I can't really do her either. It was so funny that episode. They joked saying that episode was going to be called like, um, Zuko. One of the joke titles for that episode was Zuko's cool. And I think the original one was like like they almost accidentally released one called Zuko joins the gang, but there had been so many leaks at the time that they didn't want to do that. Oh, that is exciting. Oh, yeah, if you put up any pictures on your channel, let me know. I'd love to check that out. That sounds so. That sounds like a lot of fun. I goofed up this leg. Oh well. Up. Which? Oh no, I don't have to say. You don't have to say that. Are the? Well, no, don't say that either, because I don't tell you. Well, yeah, just have fun. I don't want to. I was like, which? No, I don't want to dox. I don't want to dox them. But what about? Nope, that would dox them too. It's like, but yeah, no. I hope you have a lot of fun. Are you just going, or do you have a table? I mean, usually you're probably just going, right? Because usually that's the smart thing to do is to first check out a place and then get a table later on. Oh, cool. That'll be. Yeah, I I can imagine. Like I almost ran into some a voice actor I really like. Well, I liked at the time. There was some controversy over him later on, but um, the guy who plays voices Edward Elric and what is this? Christopher Vasquez, I think, or yeah, I think that was his name. Because he came to my town once for a convention, but I didn't get to see him though. Unfortunately, I would like to meet. There's so many the conventions I'd like to go to, maybe next year or later this year. But yeah, no, that sounds great. Def- well, even without pictures, I'll definitely we'll have to talk about that next week maybe, or next week, but the week after when you get back. That'd be really fun to talk about. Love to hear about all the cool people you met, even the other artists. Because like I talked to my one friend who he just came back from a convention too, and he met like a whole bunch of really cool indie art comic artists. So oh, that's great. That just sounds so exciting. I think I'm gonna in 4 hours, so I think this is probably a good. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is probably a good point to call it, just because it's been 4 hours, and I really appreciate. Thank you so much for um Heroes booth, huh? Yeah, you definitely. I'll definitely have to check out your YouTube to see if you put anything up there. Because I really hope you have a great time. But I'm gonna get some rest though, because it's been a long day. But thanks again for spending time with me. It's really nice having someone to bounce off of and talk to, and it's always fun talking to you. So, and hopefully we can get some. If you ever want to invite your friend, obviously, if you want to invite your friends in here to talk to, I mean, the more the merrier. So, yeah, no. Oh, thank you. Thanks for saying that. I really have. Yeah, it's so much fun to draw this stuff, and I really want to just share it with everyone. So, but yeah, have a great time, and I'll see you when you get. Maybe we can, like, hopefully I'll see you on either the week after, or on the Wednesday after maybe, or something, or even the Friday after, and you can pop on, tell me all about it. So have a great one.